Motion?
No.
Motion?
No.
Good evening. The time is now 5 p.m. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the records show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Good evening. The board will now adjourn. Now 5 p.m. I call this meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the records show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly. Yeah. Okay. This board is now adjourned into executive session pursuant of the following sections. Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassessment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer or employee. Section 551.076, discussion regarding the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel. And Section 551.072, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. The time is now 5:01. The time is now 6 p.m. Hello? Six o'clock, folks. The board is reconvening following executive session. The time is now 6 o'clock, and we will go ahead and begin with an invocation led by Mike Moore.
Absolutely. Will you please pray with me? Father God, we are so thankful tonight for everyone here, and we're thankful for the great start of the new school year. And Lord, we pray that you will be with our students and our teachers and staff as they go throughout this new school year. Give them strength and give them guidance. And Lord, we pray for guidance and strength and wisdom for this meeting as well, that we make the best decisions for Granbury ISD. And Lord, we're also thankful for our fellow school board member, Mr. Mark Jackson, who is at home recuperating, and we're thankful that his procedure went just fine. Lord, be with us through this evening and our journey home. In the name of Jesus that we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And now we have the pledges and the presentation of colors. Please stand.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Union of Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will have the public hearing on budget and tax rate. Mr. Whitefield?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Board. Thank you for being here tonight as we present this proposed budget to you in this public hearing. We're going to start off with the general operating budget. You can see at this is our revenue for that general operating. About 89% of our budget is collected in taxes, in prior year taxes and penalties and interest. The rest of that budget falls into other local tuitions, other local parking fees, pre-K tuition, and so on. And then we have our revenue, our state revenues, our per capita revenue, and our foundation revenue that total just under $4 million. And then we have our federal revenues down there towards the bottom that start with child nutrition indirect costs and federal indirect revenues and our Medicaid revenues, and that makes up the remainder of our revenues, which is about $83.45 million. We'll move on and talk about the function. Of course, you know the functions are where we spend the money in our budget. The majority of our budget is spent in instruction, it's about 61.3% of our budget, net of recapture. And we know that our recapture is down there in Function 91, and that is what we send back to the state. There are some increases. We know that Function 11 is going to increase because that is instruction, and when students increase, our teaching staff increases. There is a decrease under Function 13, which is our staff development function, and it decreases about $379,000. In Function 31, we decreased about $660,000 compared to last year's budget, and that is due to the fact that those expenditures are moved over into our IDEA B federal program in special ed. The increases that we're going to look at are under Function 34, which is our transportation. That has to do with fuel increase costs, and we all know how that's hitting us at the pump. And then increase under Function 51, which has to do with utilities and bringing custodial in-house as well. And then Function 91, there is an increase of $2,335,000, and that is our recapture that we send back to the state for wealth equalization. Breaking it down into our object codes, you can see that 83.5% of our budget is for salaries, and that is net of recapture. And then we break it down into contracted services, supplies and materials for the classroom and other offices, other operating expenses, which have to do with our staff development as well. Debt service, there's nothing in the proposed budget. There will be some later on in the year as the audit moves on and they tell us what we need to put in that situation. And then our capital outlay is about $696,000, and that totals an $83.54 million budget. The highlights are that the revenue is an $83,454,030 revenue budget, and the expenditures will match that and make that a balanced budget. It is an increase from last year's balanced budget of $7.286 million, and I'll point you back to our recapture at this point is about $7.4 million. This includes an $1,800 increase for teachers, 3% increase on the midpoint for all other employees. We increased all bus drivers to $17 an hour plus 10 cents an hour for every year of continuous service to GISD. It increased bus driver leads to $18 an hour plus 10 cents an hour for every year of continuous service to GISD. And it increased child nutrition staff workers to $14 an hour with 10 cents per hour for every continuous year of service to GISD. And then our child nutrition managers on the campus to $16 an hour plus 10 cents an hour for every year of continuous service to GISD. The GO projected fund balance is $29,375,000, and that is as of 8/31/2023. And there it is in graph form. You can see that I have it leveled off from 2021. That was our fund balance at that time. I have not increased or decreased it for this budget year because the audit is still forthcoming, and there are still a few payroll accruals that need to be made and everything, so we know exactly where we're going to land on that fund balance. So having a balanced budget for 22-23, it would stay the same if everything was spent at 100%. We're going to talk about the debt service budget. This is the opposite side of the tax rate. You can see that option 1 up here shows it at a 19.5-cent tax rate for debt service. That makes the revenue budget for that particular option at $16,684,000 with expenditures of $16,683,000. That includes a defeasance of $8,480,000, saving taxpayers $868,616 over that bond. Option 2 is at 14.5 cents. That creates a revenue budget of $12,561,940 with an expenditure budget of $12,558,152, which would allow a defeasance of $4,645,000, saving taxpayers $514,250 over the life of that bond. The summary for that, there are 2 options. Option 1 is 19.5 cents. Option 2 is 14.5 cents. And it gives you a surplus approximately of $9 million with the 19.5 cents and making the fund balance at $11,000,002, which allows for that $8.4 million defeasance. At the 14.5 cents, it will give a surplus of $4.8 million, allowing for that defeasance of $4,645,000. The breakdown of it, this is what the budget would look like. We've talked about this just a second ago, but it's $16,684,000 on the revenue side, $16,683,000 on the expenditure side, with a difference of $1,000 and $1,031. And then the next slide will show you where that defeasance is at the $8.48 million. $8.48 million. And that would save taxpayers the $868,000. Again, there's the budget for the 14.5 cents, and that's the option 2, showing the $12.5 million revenues and the $12.5 million expenses, again allowing for the defeasance of $4,645,000. The child nutrition budget did not change from the budget workshop. It is going to be a balanced budget at $4.1 million. That does include the indirect costs that are the district is allowed to charge and recoup back to the district for funding of administrative costs. The revenue is projected to decrease, as well as the expenditures, because this year the state will go back to the free and reduced application, and they're not funding students at 100%. The fund balance for child nutrition will be $1.3 million. We will be using that in the next year to replace steam tables, dishwashers, and the appliances that she needs in those kitchens. The tax rate currently is $1.08, and that is the 94.38% M&O with a 14.5 cent debt service. The proposed rate on option 1 is $1.496, which is an M&O rate of 85.46 and a debt service of 19.5. Option 2 is the M&O at 8546 and a debt service of 14.5 cents for a total tax rate of 99.96 cents. Here it is in graph form, and you can see that it continually is a stair step down. And the two on the right are the proposed rates of $1.496 and a 99.96% cent tax rate, total tax rate. That's a pretty quick overview of the budget for the public hearing. So we'll entertain questions.
Does anyone on the board have a question? No, we are not voting on it right now. Good question. Anything else right now? Thank you, Emmett. We do have one public comment that wants to be made, and this would be the time for that. So would Ms. Rhonda Williams please come up?
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Glenn. I just want to quickly say that please don't raise our taxes. It's really just the wrong time to do that. Our economy is really uncertain, and all of our families are in a lot of pressure and a lot of strain financially. I'm asking you not to tax our people out of their homes. We certainly have a number of people that are in fixed incomes. Dr. Townsend, if you raise taxes, it'll be your 6th time, I believe, in your 6 years. The economy is just unstable, and so I'm asking you just to hold off on that and to be the best possible stewards of the existing resources that we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
just for clarification, in the last 6 years, in 2014, our tax rate was 126.5. It was that at 2015. In 2016, it went down to 1.25 cents. 17, it dropped to 121. 18, it dropped to 119.5. 19, it went to 112.5. 20, it went to 111.14. We dropped the taxes in 2021 to 110.88. So while the people's taxes have gone up or evaluation, and I can say this because when I moved here in 96 and paid $116,000 for a house and do not have 1 square foot more under the roof of that house, my tax evaluation for next year is $472,450. So what's happening to the people, all of us? And you need to know we're aware of that. I especially like the fact that you'll come forward. But and obviously, my taxes are frozen. But I put together a scenario for people who were in my position or situation. And their taxes would have increased since I've owned my house from $1,172 a year to more than almost $5,000 a year. So for those of you that are out there, it's important for me, and I feel like my fellow board members feel the same way. This gives us heartburn. We know you're hurting, and we know what's happening. And we look at this stuff, and every year I do an analysis and think, okay, what does my neighbor next door who lives in this house, what's this going to do to them? My advice to you is contact your state legislators and let them know they're killing us at the appraisal district, because my appraisal this year alone jumped from $370 last year to $472.50 this year. And we didn't do a thing at our house this year. So the system is flawed. But folks, your board members are working hard to do everything we can to help you, because we are taxpayers too, and we feel the hurt.
I also want to point out, there's requirements in HB3 with when you have growth, like we've seen in our district, where certain formulas are triggered and you have a maximum compression rate that kicks in that doesn't give very much local control over the M&O side of the taxes. So our hands are a little tied when it comes to what we can and cannot do as a board with the tax rate.
Any other comments people want to make at this point? All right.
I would like to make a comment. If we're on the budget, correct? Not public comments? We're still discussing the budget?
Public hearing for the budget, and then we'll also vote on that and have more discussion later.
We'll have more discussion later.
But now would be appropriate and appropriate.
But now is appropriate if you would like.
I'm in agreement with the speaker. I mean, I talked to over 200 taxpayers. At first, I wasn't. I thought, I'm a Dave Ramsey person. I like to pay off my debt first. That's how I live my life. But when I talk to the taxpayers, because that's who we work for, that's who we represent, I applied for a job in November, and the voters hired me. I represent you, and the voters overwhelmingly told me that they're hurting. They're hurting, and they need relief now, and they're not concerned about the schools, what we owe. They're concerned about their debt and their bills. So I agree with the speaker, and I'll have more to say later, but I think we need to do what's best for the people. That's who we represent.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kraft. Is there anyone else that wants to make a comment at this time? All right, so we will move on, and we will be voting on that later in the agenda. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to the Achievement Spotlight.
I always hate how the ROTC leaves, because it doesn't give us a chance to properly recognize them. But I do, now that they've left, I do want to call your attention to something. For the second year in a row, our ROTC program was named the Marine Corps Outstanding Unit. It's the highest honor that an ROTC can get in the entire nation. And what's super cool about it is it allows for our commanding officer, which is Colonel Casey, it allows for him to write letters of recommendation for kids to get into military academies, and it carries, yeah, it's cool. And that carries the same weight. His letter carries the same weight as a U.S. congressman or a U.S. senator. And so something I do like to brag on, and they're not here, but First Sergeant Rhodes-Zetas and Colonel Casey, they are phenomenal. And the average, yes, you're going to keep applauding. The average public school in the United States sends a kid to a military academy once every 7 years. In GISD, we average about 1.5 per year. And I believe we were at 3 last year. And so it's just phenomenal, the job they do. And I don't know if this still applies, but I know it applied last year. We actually had a GISD graduate in all of the military academies. So there's 5, yeah. Love it. So that includes Coast Guard and Merchant Marine, as well as Army, Navy, and Air Force. And so anyway, just a shout out to those guys and what they do. Also a shout out to our principals, GISD. We had over 8,000 names in our system whenever the school year began, and now we're starting to realize those kids in the classroom. The number I had at the end of the day today was 7,897, which means that tomorrow we will cross 7,900 kids in our system, which is absolutely amazing. I know our counselors are working hard. Shout out, I see Mr. Ross in the back. I know that he was working hard to put like 60 kids in the system last week. The counselors have just probably been burning the candle at both ends getting those kids in class. And so we have a lot of other highlights. At this time, I see Leah Dawson here. I do want to brag on her. Leah, would you mind coming up to the podium? Leah, as you guys know, she is our library materials coordinator, student services coordinator, but library materials falls under her. And you have worked so hard in the last month, and our librarians have worked hard, and you put in a lot of time. And I kind of want to brag on you and our librarians, but I want to give you just an opportunity to say a few words, because I know you have been trying to put to rest what has been kind of an issue here in our district the last few months.
Yes, thank you. So as you said, my name is Leah Dawson. I'm the new District Student Services Coordinator for GISD. My role is to oversee the librarians, nurses, and counselors. I want to thank you for this opportunity to serve and support in this position. Typically, when moving to a district level, you get a lot of congratulations, but I'm going to tell you, I have gotten more condolences than I have congratulations for accepting this position. However, I also want to make it clear that I did apply for this job, and I knew that it would be extremely challenging. I believe in libraries, and I believe in librarians, and I know from my 9 years of experience as a campus librarian and as a campus administrator, they are the heart of the schools and play a huge role in the lives of our students. I wanted to share with the school board, parents, and community about where we are with libraries and the library books. To give you a complete update, I would be remiss not to share the positive things that our librarians are doing in our libraries. In the first week of school, they were already doing amazing things in their libraries. They were doing makerspace activities, teaching cyber safety lessons, using innovative technology, and building relationships with all of their students. Our librarians are constantly helping their teachers and students with technology issues, as well as teaching engaging lessons. Our librarians have been working diligently, going through their collections to weed any books according to the Texas State Library and Archives Commission weeding criteria, as they do every year. Books are weeded for many reasons. Oftentimes, they are falling apart, have poor content, are outdated, molded, and haven't been checked out for 2 to 3 years, or multiple other reasons which you can find in the TSLA weeding criteria. We have begun and are committed to continuing this process with our current collections throughout the year. Our priority is to ensure that library materials are age-appropriate, not sexually explicit, and suitable for all students. After hearing of some of the issues that were happening using the GoFollett.com website, which is a service affiliated with Follett Destiny, our online card catalog system, I called technical support and was told they had never heard of this. The technician later informed me that it is not current with our collection, because it has a 48-hour or longer lag. GoFollette.com has a disclaimer on their website stating they do not warrant content and will be free of any errors or that it will even be corrected. After multiple conversations with their technical support team, I was advised only to use the district link for the most accurate, up-to-date card catalog searches. Therefore, on August 9th, we did a website maintenance to update the online card catalog for each campus, as well as the GISD homepage to have the most current, up-to-date card catalog available for students, parents, and community members. The district has also implemented a new setting in Destiny, giving parents the option to opt in to receive an email every time their student checks out a book. This will allow parents to discuss the book choices with their child that day if they so desire. Parents may also reach out to librarians at any time to let them know of any book selections they do not want their child to check out. As of today, we have had 32 formal challenges, and 17 of those challenges have been completed. We are making huge strides in completing challenges now that the summer is over and our staff is all back on contract. With our new policy, concerned parents or community members may call and schedule a phone conversation, send an email, or set up a time to meet with the librarian or the principal to informally discuss a concern about a book. I hope this update has been helpful and informative, and I want to thank you all for your trust and support as we serve all GISD students.
That was good. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you very much, Leah.
Stacy Brown is out there. Come on down, Stacy Brown. I just want you to share real quick. I would say it, but you and the principals deserve the credit for the scores, and so I want you to get the applause because you guys have done an amazing job.
Well, I will tell you, I want the principals to get the applause. I help support them in educating the kids, but they are boots on the ground, as you've heard before. So specifically with our final STAR and EOC information, our district ended up being rated an overall 82, which is up. And you can see in the yellow highlights, that is showing the increases from the preliminary scores. I came last time and we talked about preliminary scores. Specifically, we received an email from Cambium, which is the TEA approved vendor, and they indicated that specifically on the English paper math test for 5th grade, 2 answer choices were out of order, which resulted in some students not receiving credit for a correct response. Therefore, on the final STAR EOC, our scores actually overall went up. And on some campuses, it specifically went up significantly, resulting in 4 A campuses, 4 B campuses, and 1 barely C campus. So credit 100% goes to our teachers, our staff, our students, and our parents. So.
All right, great job. Thank you, Ms. Brown. And we'll also have more distinctions and a longer report on that. And I think Ms. Dawson stepped out, but truly, she has done a great job, not only empowering parents to make decisions as it relates to library materials, but really working with our librarians and to implement the policy the board has adopted. So I just cannot give enough credit to our staff on the campuses for their leadership. I see some signs out in the audience, so I'd be remiss. You keep holding it up, and I appreciate that. So I do want to address item 12H, which is the shared service agreement with the Hood County. I will tell you that I had a conversation today with the county judge and also a commissioner. And in the shared service agreement, just so you know, will likely not happen tonight, and I'll tell you why. It's because the county, in visiting with the county judge, he was like, look, we don't want to be we don't want to be under the umbrella of the school district. We just want to purchase the dog outright so it stays with its handler and can serve the county, and we are all for that. So Okay, so I will tell you, trustees, just so you're aware, when we get to item 12H, there will be no need for action tonight because I've been informed by the county they will not approve the shared service agreement, so there's no need for you to approve it when they're not going to approve it. I also contacted our attorney, and our attorney said that as long as we get market value for the K-9 and the items that the sheriff's department is interested in, then those items can be sold off. And that will allow our department to go reinvest those monies into securing our schools for our kids. And so it really seems like a win-win. And so with
Can I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
So I just want to clarify, is Annie going to be able to stay with her handler?
That'll be up to the county, but I assume that Sheriff Deeds is committed to that. I will tell you that Ron Massengill and Sheriff Deeds both indicated to me that they wanted that to happen, and so they want to go ahead and purchase it outright, so they're in control of it.
So why was it on our agenda in the first place and then removed?
It has not been removed. They told me they wouldn't adopt the shared service agreement tonight.
Who
or
would, the
earlier
county?
today, the county.
Okay.
The county said they wouldn't.
It's very interesting in the timing, because I know that Officer Hastings filed to run for school board, and then this was on the agenda, and now we're not discussing it when we could take care of this tonight, and Annie could be his, and so it raises a real big red flag and transparency issue for me.
I don't think there's a red flag or a transparency issue. I think the county judge said today that, hey, they want to purchase the dog. We can't make a gift of public funds, you know that. And certainly.
I don't think the county judge needed to be involved in the first place. I think it could have just stayed with the sheriff's department, but.
Okay, well, we've had conversations with both, and they're both excited, and I guess I don't see your point, Ms. Graff. Would you care to elaborate?
My hope is that Annie stays with her handler.
And I
That's
said-
my hope, and that's what I want to see happen. I just think it's interesting that it was on the agenda and now it's not. It doesn't look right.
Well, so our attorney said this is how it needed to be placed on the agenda, and so we were following legal counsel to make sure that happened. And you were aware of that because I told you that in a conversation.
Actually, I emailed you today and you never emailed me back.
Okay, well, if you email me late today.
No, sir, it was this afternoon at 1 p.m.
We've spoke, and you knew about that, Ms. Graft.
No, Dr. Glenn, that's not true.
Okay, whatever. Academic Spotlight, Mr. Clark.
I'm just going to bring, guys, come on down. Madam President, trustees, Dr. Glenn, thank you for this opportunity. I'm just going to be pretty quick. I thank you for this opportunity to recognize this team that we've put together this year. I'm pretty proud of it. Cumulatively, there's over 226 years of experience in either law enforcement, military, or security work amongst this team. There's over 100 hours of law enforcement in particular, over 80 hours of 80 years of military time, and about 35 hours years in security work. Of that, about 28 of it's in school security specifically. This group cumulatively has put in over 700 hours of training to get ready for this school year, and that's a combination of firearms training, scenario-based training, and cerebral training, training on the law. In addition, there's three things that I'm going to talk a little bit about that are some of our focuses this year to try to make sure that we put our best foot forward keeping kids safe. Number one is perimeter defense, so doors. We have a policy that we're checking exterior doors and interior doors that they be closed and locked at all times. We put that into play, and then Dr. McDonald brought from another school district that she had heard about a campaign called Stop the Prop. We've expanded on a little bit with Stop the Prop and Keep It Locked. And so that's something that we're doing as all my guys are patrolling every day. They're checking classroom doors, making sure that they're closed and locked, checking perimeter doors, making sure that they're closed and locked, and having single points of entry. One of the other things that we're doing is our S2 system that we've had for a while. We've discovered that it has some capabilities that we haven't previously been using, and that's to notify or send a text message to a security officer or an assistant principal when a door has exceeded its threshold time, meaning an exterior door has been opened, somebody propped it, or somebody's holding it for a long period of time, and it can now send a text message to say, hey, this door number such and such needs some attention. And so we're beta testing that right now on this building, actually, and we've done some beta testing on Bronner as well. So that's something that should be live everywhere soon. Another program that we have started even prior to my arrival, but I've been part of installing it, and that's the Raptor program. So we've already had Raptor for a long time for our visitation management. That's where when a person comes to the school, to those single points of entry, they give them an ID. That ID gets ran to make sure that that person should be on a campus with kids. And then it prints out a photo ID sticker for them to wear. And that's something that we've been using already for a while. The new additions to the Raptor program will also allow all staff members to be able to report things from their phone. So they could sound a fire alarm or send an alert that there's a shooter somewhere in the building. They could report that kind of stuff. They can also report that they are somewhere safe and that they have XYZ amount of children with them, or that they saw something and somebody going a certain direction or doing a certain thing. And so all that's falling under the Raptor program. It also has a drill management package, which allows us to manage all of our drills to make sure that we're conducting all the state required drills and having all the proper feedback from those drills. I spoke with the fire marshal today. Previously, the state requires us to have 4 fire drills a year. Previously, for other reasons, we'd had a fire drill every month. And so we talked today, and we're going to curtail it to the 4 fire drills and add some lockdown drills and some security related drills into our program this year. So this is the team, and thank you for having us here and recognizing them.
Thank you, Wade.
And Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark, I would like to give you some props on the when we met last week, and I really appreciate your time, and we were talking about that idea, and that actually came from some trustees that I are very good friends with on Montgomery ISD, so I want to give them the credit, and we talked about how we could expand on that to stop the prop and keep it locked. But I want to tell you how effective already, I know we haven't even implemented it, but my 5th grader came home day 1, how was school? The first thing he talked about was how it was so important that when they left, if they went to the bathroom or to run it, wherever they needed to go, that the door was going to be locked. And it was going to be a little bit of extra work on everybody, but how important it was. So I just want to let you know that already the teachers are doing it. Thank you, administration. Thank you, teachers, because little 5th grader, he gets it, and he was excited. So thank you so much for what you guys do.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to do public comments, and I have broken them up for agenda items, and then we'll do the non-agenda item public comments at the end. So we have, the first one is going to be, and please forgive me for anyone whose name I say incorrectly, Miriam Hughes.
Good evening. My name is Miriam Hughes, as she stated. I am a parent. I have a child at AMS, and I also work at the Granbury High School as a receptionist. So I was going to speak on, like you said, the agenda, or the item that was on the agenda. So I'm going to go ahead. I've written out my speech. I'll go ahead and speak it.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to speak on the item of the agenda concerning the shared service K-9 agreement with the Hood County Sheriff's Department. Again, this was before the information. I believe that having this agreement is a wonderful plan of action for our schools and keeping our students and staff safe. This is not only for peace of mind for those in schools, but for parents as well. As a parent with a child in school, this certainly helps put my mind at ease, so thank you again. So hopefully we can figure something out. Another reason that I think it would be a good idea, I mean, number one is making sure that Annie stays with her handler. You know, when you train those dogs, they're trained specific for their handler. And so that was probably one of my biggest concerns as well. I also want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Jeff Hastings for his years of service with GISD. Yep, he deserves it. He began when my second child was in middle school. That was about 10 years ago, give or take a couple of years. He came in as the DARE officer, but became so much more to us. He built such a great relationship with the students at every campus. His passion was not just about safety and security, it was also about creating those bonds with the students and trying to make a difference. I know he did make a difference in my children's lives, and I saw him make a difference in many other students' lives, all the while ensuring the safety of all the staff and students. So I just wanted to say thank you to Officer Hastings publicly for your time with GISD and the impact that you made on so many students and staff. You are appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Next up, we have Dwayne Calder. Dwayne Calder. Nope. Oh, I thought that was Mr. Calder. So Mr. Calder's not here? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And then we have Mr. Dave Eagle.
Before I get started, is it 3 minutes or 5? I see the clock going back and forth, so what do we have here, 3? Okay. First of all, based on what Jeremy Glenn just said about the canine situation, it could be that the judge and I might agree on something the first time in 2 years. If indeed we're going to work at trying to actually purchase the animal and the equipment. So I'm very, I can't say outright, but I would say I'm leaning that direction, so I appreciate that. What I wanted to talk about quickly, and I thought I was going to get 5, so I'll be disgruntled again here. Item 12G, and this is items says consider delegating authority to the superintendent to obligate the school district under Chapter 49. The problem I have with that agenda item is worded, it's vague. I had to do a lot of research to figure out what this is about. And I start with Education Code 11151. Section 11151 in general and in pertinent part states, subsection B, the trustees as a body corporate have the exclusive power and duty to govern and oversee the management of public schools of the district. I'll continue with subsection C of 11151 that says all rights and titles to the school property of the district, whether real or personal, shall be vested in the trustees and their successors in office. And Chapter 49 of the Texas Education Code has to do with finance, options for local revenue levels in excess of entitlement. I have a philosophical and a policy issue with delegating authority that's vested in the elected officials into an unelected person. So I'm just making my point that when you delegate this authority to someone else that's not elected, you're delegating your power and duty to an unelected person. There, I have an objection. I just wanted to point that out. I hope that you reconsider that because you were elected to take care of the finances, and you're the ones that are to be accountable for that. And I don't think delegating it to somebody else, that's a problem we've got in this entire country, is elected officials delegating what they need to do to somebody else that doesn't have to answer to the taxpayers. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle.
Madam President, I have a question. Is the usual time 5 minutes for speakers?
It goes from 3 to 5 minutes, depending on what we wanted to do. Mr. Eagle, did you cover everything you wanted to cover? You still had another 50 seconds.
Okay,
Asking the Lord if he's got more to say.
but I'm asking, is it usually 5 minutes, though, for the people to speak?
The way that we have it in our standard operating procedures, it is whatever we want to have it to be, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes.
So I would request on behalf of the voters that we give them their full 5 minutes. To me, it doesn't matter how long I sit there, that's their right. So if they need 5 minutes, can we please give them 5 minutes?
I just asked him how much, if he needed the other 50 cents. That's it. Those are all the speakers for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eagle. Okay, let's continue on then. All right. Okay, next we're going to consider action items discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. You have before you the personnel report as prepared by Mr. Jones and his team. It will be our recommendation tonight that you approve as presented. Also want to congratulate Mr. Jones. As we look across the state of Texas and the shortages, I know that you and your team have done a great job of making sure all of our positions are filled here. And so I know we even have one coming up today, so well done. That's probably more of a kudos to the principal, but you're HR, so you get credit.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept these staff recommendations as presented.
And I will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Thank you, Dr. McDonald. All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with one absence. All right, moving on to the consider consent agenda items. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull out?
We still have one.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more closed session item. Consider action on school marshal and school guardian plan, procedures, and personnel authorized to carry on district premises. I apologize.
Yeah, and just as a note to those individuals in the audience that a lot of this discussion took place in executive session under Section 551076. As everyone knows, GISD does participate in the school marshal program, which allows individuals to carry on school premises. So this action tonight will be approved with likely little or no discussion because the identities of our marshals are kept concealed.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the school marshal and school guardian plan, procedures, and personnel as presented and discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous with one absence. Okay, now we're done with closed session, and I go on to the consent agenda items. Are there any items that someone would like to pull out and discuss?
Madam President, as usual, I want to give a big hurrah to the volleyball boosters who have donated $15,000. That's travel for those young ladies to be able to do a very special tournament, and thank them for that. And then our military MOAA which many of you in here may be aware of or know someone in it. They have donated $7,500 to JROTC. And because of some special children needs at AES, Brett Deason has donated $600. I can't even read my own writing. Brett, I'm sorry, we're friends. To the AES Children's Charities. So again, to help kids. In case you were keeping score, that's $23,000 in 1 month.
Fantastic. Are there any other items to be pulled out and discussed? Okay. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda items?
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. All those in favor of the consent agenda items, please raise your hand. That is unanimous with one absence. Okay, we are moving on to consider renewal of property, crime, general liability, educators' legal liability, and automobile insurance with Texas political subdivisions. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you have a action item for approval. It is the property, crime, and general liability for the district. Last year, the property and casualty insurance costs were $573,795. This year, for 22-23, the price increase will be to $753,318. The increase of the cost is $179,523, which is a 31% increase. The increase is due part to the state of the property value market, and GISD property values increased by $27 million. The property deductible has increased from $50,000 to $100,000 per occurrence, and a deductible of 1% per location with a $500,000 minimum per occurrence applies to wind and hail. It's very similar to last year. Like I said, the $27 million with a 13% increase, but the increase in premium will be a 31% increase this year. The 22-23 budget that was proposed earlier has sufficient funds to cover this, so it shouldn't be a problem. The recommendation by administration is that to purchase the property, crime, general liability, school board legal liability, and automobile insurance through the Texas Political Subdivisions Joint Insurance Fund at a cost of $753,318 for the 22-23 school year. The coverage will be with a $100,000 property deductible and a 1% per location with a $500,000 minimum wind and hail deductible effective September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023.
Mr. Whitefield, just refresh for me, what does the school district hold in dollars in property value?
Upwards of $9 billion.
Thank you.
No.
It's not $9 billion in our buildings, that's everybody's house and business. Just to clarify.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the property value of cost is upwards of $9 billion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the insurance as presented by Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. That passes unanimous with one absence. Okay, next we are at discuss and consider adoption of an order authorizing defeasance and redemption of a portion of Granbury Independent School District's unlimited tax refunding bonds. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the bond redemption orders. The two options that were presented in the proposed budget are there. Option one is the Series 2015 and 2020-A for a defeasance of $8,480,000, saving taxpayers $868,616 in future interest payments. And option two, Series 2015, a defeasance of $4,645,000, saving taxpayers $514,250 in interest payments. And in order to start the process for adopting the budgets, this is the first step.
I will entertain discussion.
Madam President, based on the fact that what I've stated earlier about trying to give every break that we can to our taxpayers, I move that the board adopt the order authorizing the defeasance and redemption of the portion of the Granbury Independent School District unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2015, in the amount of $4,645,000, and all matters incident and related thereto.
Is there any discussion for that? Can I have a second? This is in the defeasance, and when we do the defeasance, we're going to be taking options 1 or option 2. Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
In the defeasance.
Okay, so like I said earlier, I was in agreement with Mrs. Williams, the speaker that we had earlier, as far as the property tax goes, because the property value has increased, and we do set the tax rate to get the revenue we want. So the way that we look at it, if we go off the property assessments, that increased exponentially. Voters, when we're talking about the tax rate, that's not what voters are really looking at. They're looking at how much their bill is. So we did publish the rate in the newspaper, and I know that the school district did. Who published that rate in the newspaper?
That was the notice by the appraisal district that we're required to post by law.
Right, I know that. I was just asking who.
It comes out of the business office.
And
Okay.
we as a board approved it.
Okay, that document put out the district increases that the average taxpayer's bill would increase by $448.43 if they live in the GISD district. If you add the county and the city tax, that would be an additional $323. So the low-income families tend to rent, and their rent will go up again. The landlords will be forced to raise their rent, and if we raise taxes, we are pricing people in our community out of Granbury. I hear this board talk about serving the low-income families in our community, and my question is, how are we helping them by increasing their taxes in a stagnant income with inflation and ever-increasing gas and grocery prices? We were elected to serve the people in our community, not fleece them. If we set a tax rate that increases their property tax this much in this economy and then come back with a bond, that would be a gigantic increase in taxes again. Like I said, I heard from over 200 taxpayers. They let me know that they wanted the lowest tax rate that we can give. They're hurting financially. Some responded that they're, like I said earlier, they're not worried about paying off the school debt early. They're just worried about making their bills. Everyone's cutting back, and I believe that we should do the same. I've heard some on this board say that when the bond failed, we heard the people. Our people need immediate relief, and are we going to do what is best for our community? The bottom line for me is that I cannot in good conscience vote to increase the taxpayer's bill on average $450. Like I said before, I applied for a job in November. When the voters hired me to serve and represent them, I work for them, and that's their desire. So I am for the option of the lowest tax rate would be 0.9996. That still raises their taxes.
That's what she made a
That's
motion
what she
for.
just made a motion for.
For the lowest tax rate? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That
for
the
option
motion that
two.
made, yes.
My apologies then.
Yeah. And we all were hired for our jobs, and for a lot of years, we've all tried to take care of these people. And again, I'm going to ask them to go to their legislators and see if we can get some help.
Well, thank you, because originally we had voted for
second.
the higher tax rate
that
initially.
That would,
To clarify Ms. Graff's point, we published in the paper the higher tax rate,
Yeah.
but the board has the
That's-
ability to go lower tonight.
Right, which is why we did that, so that we could, right.
yeah.
So, I second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Dr. Harrington. It has been seconded by Ms. Gore. All those in favor of doing option 2 for our defeasance, please raise your hand. That passes unanimous with one absence. Sorry, I'm having trouble talking. All right. This is kind of confusing for everybody, and I want to just kind of get this understood. We have to set the budget first, and then once we set the budget, then it sets the tax rate. But because we had to talk about the tax rate to figure out the budget, we haven't set the tax rate yet, but we now know what we're going to be setting for a tax rate because we just set the budget. Trust me, it all makes sense in the end. Give me 2 or 3 more items and you'll understand what we're doing. Okay, next, consider adoption of the 2022-2023 General Operating Child Nutrition and Debt Service Budget. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you have an action item for the budget adoption for the general operating, the child nutrition, and the debt service budget. They were presented earlier in the hearing, and that was called at 6 p.m. on 8/22/22. There were a few changes, as we discussed in the general operating budget, due to certified values, as well as in the debt service budget. Child nutrition had no changes in it whatsoever, and so we have adopted the defeasance in option 2, so that means that our option 2 presentation for the budget will be at 14.5 cents.
Correct.
The M&O budget will be at 85.46. That's 85.46 cents, which includes the Tier 2 funding.
So for a total tax rate of?
A total tax rate of 99.96.
That's.
Well, that'll be the next option. That'll be the next item, sir.
I understand.
Yes,
I
we're
apologize.
not at that point
We're
yet.
not at that point
We're
yet.
just talking
No,
about
we're
the
just
child
talking about the
nutrition
budget right now. We
budget.
have to adopt the budget first. In the hearing, we did talk about the budget for general operating, and I will just touch on a few things here. About $11.4 million of that budget is our special populations that we are mandated by the state to spend, and that is about 15% of the total budget net of recapture. So that's not flexible on that. In that same budget, we have the increases in fuel prices, and then we also have an increase in utilities, which is starting to strike us pretty hard right now too. And you can imagine over the facilities that we have what those costs have gone up for. Our recapture has gone up to $7.484 million this year, and that is an increase when we were in the budget hearing of about $2 million, $2.3 million.
Over last year.
Over last year's budget. Now, there have been some settle-ups, and we're getting closer to this number this year, but we're still not above the $7 million for this year. However, next year it will go above $7 million with the 8546 that we're going to talk about in a little while. So to adopt these budgets, the budget will be for M&O, which is general operating, will be $83,454,030. The debt service budget for option 2 will be $12,558,152. And the child nutrition budget, which is a separate funding, is going to be $4,109,256 for your approval.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept the budget as presented.
And I will second.
Ms. Gore made the motion. Dr. McDonald seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are y'all raising your hand? I didn't see it. Just want to make sure. Okay. It is unanimous with one absence. All right. Now, consider the adoption of the 2022-2023 tax rate.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Whitefield.
President. Board, in front of you, you have an action item to adopt the tax rate for the coming school year of 22-23. We've just discussed that. The M&O rate will be 85.46 cents, and option 2 will be 14.5 cents on debt service for a total tax rate of 99.96 cents per $100 valuation. It should be noted that the 85.46 is under the maximum compressed rate that the state sets for us, and that is this year's M&O rate.
That's the lowest that they won't let us go any lower than that.
They won't let us go any lower, and they won't let us go any higher.
That's right. Okay, so that's where we're at. So that's stuck, and then, so what we did is we played with the INS and got as low as we could.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Any discussion other than that?
Mr. Whitefield, if I read the data right, by adopting the M&O rate, the INS rate that we're adopting to pay off bonds, it just barely covers our bonds for next year. Is that right?
It covers our budget plus the defeasance that you approved
Yes. All right, thank you.
two action items ago.
Right, which we're legally required to meet those requirements. Like, we have to pay the bills, so to speak, from the state. So the M&O and the INS has to meet those obligations.
Yeah, and so just briefly, so the agenda language as it relates to our tax rate, this year we were at $1.0888. Does that sound about right? And so we were about to lower the tax rate to an overall tax rate combined of 0.9996. And so
$8.92.
However, when that motion is made, it still has to say a tax increase.
It does.
And explain briefly, just for people in the audience, the reason it says a tax increase, and talk about how our recapture payment is affected through that.
It is effectively a tax increase. However, those funds, we are not allowed to go below a certain level. TA sets that rate under Texas Education Code. I apologize.
And that's fine. I don't think anyone needs to know the number what I think the real number that people want to know is how much of Granbury ISD taxes have to go back to the state to be distributed to other districts.
In recapture, we're sending back $7.454 million because of the ADA and the recapture.
Which in effect keeps us from even compressing it more.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And
the tax rate that we're adopting here will set a budget that will cover our bonding expenditures plus the defeasance that you adopted 2 action items ago.
Okay. Any other discussion or comments?
And just to reaffirm that we are before we've even set this tonight, we are one of the lowest school tax rates anywhere in the area.
Glenrose.
Except for Glenrose. And they have a big power plant.
They have the power plant, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam President, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.9996 cents, which is effectively an increase in the tax rate. And thank you for explaining ahead of time that that's the language we have to use, and not
No matter
in
what
fact,
we do.
we're reducing your taxes by the maximum we can, which is $8.92.
And I'll second that.
Okay, the motion has been made by Dr. Harrington, and it has been seconded by Dr. McDonald. All of those in favor of this tax rate, please raise your hand. All right, that is unanimous with one absence. Okay, moving on. Consider resolution committing fund balance. Mr. Whitefield, you're busy tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. Policy CE local identifies a financial goal of the district should be self-sufficient and balanced, and they can carry a balance in the general operating fund to be able to maintain fiscal independence in case of a financial need or crisis that is equal to 20% or greater of the operating expenditures. Currently, the following are our committed fund balances. We have construction renovations of $5 million, capital expenditures for vehicles and equipment at $1.2 million, other purposes, instructional improvement fund is at $300,000. The following committed fund balance amounts total 9.9. We are adjusting the ones that we just talked about and are proposed to keep the district above the 20% requirement, as well as bring the district more in line with the optimum fund balance that will be determined by our 21-22 audit. This will commit funds for the upcoming portable classroom additions that will be needed in the district, and by committing funds to specific purposes, there's evidence that the district has a planned purpose for these funds. The proposal would be for construction, future land purchases, and renovations to be $7.4 million, capital expenditures for vehicles and equipment to be $1.2 million, other purposes, which include portable classrooms, $1 million, other purposes, which is the instructional improvement fund, to remain at $300,000. There's an attached resolution that you have, and the recommendation would be that the board approve the proposed resolution to maintain the committed fund balances as presented.
Any discussion, comments, questions?
Approximately how many portable classrooms will that get us?
In buildings.
10
10
buildings.
buildings.
10 buildings.
Sorry.
And how many do we need?
Right now, I think we're okay. And I do think as we talk about safety and having conversations about safety, we'll probably look to put as many kids inside of our buildings and expand the size of our classrooms before we go out to portable buildings. We do our best. I know we have portable buildings on 3 elementary campuses right now. We prefer not to have those. And so if we have to enlarge our classes a little bit inside of our buildings to keep our kids inside and safe, that's our preference. But at the point where we can't do that, then we'll have to look at portable buildings and trying to make them as safe as possible. Right now, I would say the pressure points are probably Mambrino is getting close to capacity. Bronner is obviously an issue. We already have portables there. And AES is right now pretty good. They're used to managing larger numbers than what they have. AMS is potentially going to be a concern. And then at some point, the high school could be an issue for us. So, but this year we feel good. And we'll wait and see what numbers look like after September 1st.
Any other comments or questions? Do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the proposed resolution to maintain the committed fund balances as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Gore.
And I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous with one absence. Moving on, consider delegating authority to the superintendent to obligate the school district under Chapter 49. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you do have the Chapter 49 delegation. This is for your approval. Each year, the district executes an agreement to purchase attendance credits. The purpose of this agreement is to enable the district to reduce its total local revenue level to a level not to exceed the level established under Texas Education Code 48.257 and pursuant to TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted at the Commissioner of Education as authorized under authorization of Texas Education Code 49.006 as passed by the 86th Legislature and House Bill 3. The voters approved this agreement as one of the methods in which GISD can reduce its wealth per student as required by Chapter 49. The option continues to be the most viable for GISD, and in previous years, this agreement was approved and signed by the Board of Trustees and then mailed hard copy. This delegation of authority does not take that from your hands. You still approve it and you still sign it. It gives Dr. Glenn the authority to upload it to TEA, which is required at this point.
So how I upload information to the Texas Education Agency is through a website known as TEAL. And so once you approve it and you sign it, all I'm doing is uploading it to TEA directly on your behalf. So I'm not taking authority out of your hands. I'm just using a simpler method to get it into TEA's hands.
The only method.
That's true.
There is specific board minute language that needs to be stated for this to be approved.
And just for those in the audience, Chapter 49, it used to be Chapter 41 in 2 districts, better known probably is the Robin Hood Plan. And so this is how the state takes its recapture back from ISDs.
Madam President, for the 2022-2023 school year, we delegated contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC Code 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education is authorized under TEC Chapter 49.006. This included the approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. Would anyone like to second that? Dr. McDonald seconds that. Is there any other questions about what that is about? I want to make sure everyone has a chance to ask and state any problems they have. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That is unanimous with one absence. Moving on. Consider shared service. Okay, we're just taking that out. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just to clarify from earlier, yes, we are in 100% agreement with the county, and I appreciate Commissioner Eagle's comments that we're going to work out to make sure that Annie does stay with Officer Hastings. So just want to be very clear on that. But there's no need to do a shared service agreement to make that happen. The shared service agreement would have enabled that to happen. It's just going to happen another way. So no action tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll just move on to consider special education standard operating procedures. Ms. Kurtzinger.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Glenn. You've been provided with the 22-23 special education operating procedures, and it is required by TEA that you approve them before we post them, and then once they're posted, we'll link them to the Region 11 legal framework. So the areas that the operating procedures cover are child find, evaluation, and what we call FAPE, which means free and appropriate public education. So there are lots of pages, and I'm sure you enjoyed reading those operating procedures. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them.
Shelley, our parents, I hope, in a more simplified form, are made aware of their rights and their responsibilities, mostly their rights for their students, and y'all continue to help them.
Yes, on an annual basis, they get a shorter version of that called procedural safeguards. Yes, ma'am.
And Shelley, I know you guys have a huge job, and you have a lot of students, and I continually see you guys stepping up to the plate so big with special education, so thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any questions? Following these procedures, we are also going to start working on behavior and discipline because that's really big in our district. And following the pandemic, we saw even a lot more behavior issues with children. And so I just want to report one kind of cool thing going on. In collaboration with Region 11 and Baylor University, we are going to train a teacher on every campus to be a registered behavior technician. And I think that's going to really benefit our kids. So just wanted to share that.
Shelley, tell them how many new enrollees we've had.
72 new SPED transfers in 4 days. So.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And we'll
your
take
department
care of
has a
all
big-
of them.
Big task. I know you will.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you for what you do.
Thank you so much. Okay, then at this time, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept Ms. Kurtzinger's report as presented.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that is unanimous, one absence. Moving on to consider technology purchases. Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, you should have in front of you a memo outlining some of the expenses and expected purchases the technology department will be outlining. This includes our student information systems, our ability to do the network, both wide area network and local area network, equipment replacement and refresh cycle, firewall, filter, endpoint protection, and printer contracts. Not only is Mr. Clark's ability to keep the schools physically secure, it is our job to keep them cyber secure. There's outlined some contracts that are exceeding of $100,000 that require approval that we know as expected expenses for the year. There's also outlined of what we plan to use for the entire year down to the detail. So if you have any questions, feel free to answer.
And these are all in the budget as far as Mr. Whitefield's concerned, correct?
Yes, Madam President, they are.
Other comments or questions? I will entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that we approve the technology purchases.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous with one absence. Moving on. Consideration and possible action by the board to approve and allocate funding for the following agreements for the 2022-2023 school year. Copier and service agreement with Xerox Document Solutions. Mr. Wilson.
Madam President and board, it is with great reluctance that we actually give you some background history with this information. So we've had Document Solutions for 25 plus years. With the pandemic and growing concerns of receiving product and issues, we have been unable to get product and supplies from our vendor. A third-party hosting company, Document Solutions, and the agreement with Xerox in its place. We have been waiting on equipment for almost 15 months. With some of the inability to print, copy, the school district is unacceptable. So it is our recommendation the board does not allocate funding for the 2022-2023 budget and copier and service agreement with Xerox and Document Solutions.
What do you suggest in its place?
We have evaluated and with Canon Solutions, and outlined in part of your memos, you should have contracts regarding all the Canon information. They have in stock, allocated warehouses, and ready for delivery, pending our approvals.
So essentially, it's a recommendation to move on from Xerox, let that contract lapse, and then move forward with Canon Document Solutions.
That is correct.
And when does that end? When does that contract with Xerox end?
They probably end at different times, I would imagine.
Yes.
So
with Xerox Document Solutions, our contract was per device. With Canon is overarching contract.
So will we be able to start that immediately so we can get relief on that?
Yes, ma'am. And there will be some buyout of the older equipment, remaining leases if need be. And we've been assured that we can get some assistance with that with Canon and pay that on the backside.
So there will be very little overlap where we're paying two companies for the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, overall, it saves the district money compared to what we're receiving now.
Yes, annually, I believe we're around a $5,000 savings from what we were paying, and the contract is a longer extension.
And the equipment works.
The equipment works. The vendor is local, and we can get the equipment and guaranteed service agreements with it.
I'm pleased to hear we're not going back to the old purple mimeographs. Sorry, Dr. Glenn.
Don't know what it is.
Well, you probably don't, but I guarantee you there's some folks out there that have smelled those papers when they had.
When I first started teaching in 1984, we had those machines.
All right, is there any discussion that needs to be done on that other than what we've already done? Then I would like a motion, please.
I move
Turn
that.
again? Okay.
Sure.
I move that we approve the, I'm sorry, I'm lost where I'm.
Okay.
Oh, okay. The action to allocate funding for the following agreements for the 22-23 school year, copier and service agreement with Xerox Document Solutions.
Did I hear him say not approve or?
That we would, do you want us not to approve this?
Not to approve, I'm sorry. Not
Okay.
to approve. You're
So we will
correct.
not approve this. Well, then do we have to then approve the canon?
No, so what he's asking is to approve and allocate funding for the following agreements. Those agreements are in your packet.
So take out the copier and service agreement.
The copier and service agreement with Xerox is part of the package along with the Canon agreement.
So
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Moore, a second by Ms. Graft. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that is unanimous with one absence. Moving on, consider approval of amendments to the 2022-2023 school year. Mr. Dawson.
Thank you, Madam President. As we discussed in our last meeting, how we can take control of some of our times with our required school minutes. This year, we have added 5 minutes to the school day, which has given us 4.5 additional minutes for flexibility within the calendar. So for this small amendment, we're just looking at 2 days in the fall and 2 days in the spring. We're hoping to move some of these days from a Monday to a Friday where there are heavy activities. 2 in the fall are out-of-town football games, which have a lot of buses, a lot of staff, teachers, coaches, and students. They'll be traveling. And in the spring, we're looking at about 10 of our UIL academic coaches traveling to Lubbock again for UIL academics. They were very successful last year. Just puts a big strain on the campus whenever that many folks are leaving. So those items, I'm hoping that we can give a little relief. We can't give it all to them right now because there are some days that we're just going to have to cover up those classrooms. Although as we begin our 23-24 calendar and details, I'm certainly going to dive into more of those options that we talked about at the last meeting. So I present this, just this small amendment for this school year as presented.
So this isn't changing the number of days off. This changes where 2 of those dates are.
So there are 2 days that we're just moving, and then there are 2 days that will be added as staff days. It does not affect our work calendars from human resource standpoint. It does affect some days, 2 days that students will not be attending school due to staff days.
And this help, when you change it for those Friday activities, this helps with the sub load. This also helps with students who miss class on those days.
Yes.
As a band parent myself, I know when my daughter's out of school all day on Friday and the other students for the football games or other band activities, it can take all week to get caught up on just that one day of schoolwork that they've missed for being away. So I think this will help in several different areas.
And with transportation.
Yes, and
with
transportation.
transportation with all the buses that have to go out of towns for those games and things.
What I like is that aside from August and May, every single month has some of these days, which is great because I know teachers need the rest as well.
I think some of the feedback that Ms. Oliver received that she communicated to us this morning was that parents really didn't like the Mondays. They preferred having that Friday. And it also plays in well with Mr. Jones in the HR department, knowing that Fridays is our heaviest use sub day.
Good point. Okay. Any other discussion? Do I hear a motion?
Madam President, I move that we approve the changes on the 2022-2023 academic calendar as presented.
And I will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Thank you, Dr. McDonald. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous with one absence. Okay, at this time, we have our financial statements, and these are reports only. Mr. Whitefield.
Thank you, Madam President. Board, in front of you, you have the financial statements for the month ending July 31st, 2022. The statement includes only those transactions that are from September 1st, 2021 through July 31st, 2022. And the revenue collected to date equals 98.55% of the budgeted amount compared to 97.73% in 2021 and 99.29% in 1920. The expenditures to date represent 82.68% of the budget compared to 84.9% in 2021 and 81.97% in 1920. We've talked about these on multiple occasions, but the functions that they're actually within the percentage rates, but it's because of your budget amendments in prior meetings, the increased cost in fuel that we've used, and now we're looking at the increase in utilities as well as moving portables out to the elementary schools and setting those up. So that is your financial reports for July 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Then why don't we just go right on to the cash flow and investment report?
Yes, ma'am. Board in front of you, you also have our cash flow and investment report for the month ending July 31st, 2022. I'm relating to you again that we've got moving away from long-term investments and moving more into the short-term investments. And you can tell on your report that the July of 2022, we added $79,506 to our investment revenue. So it is starting to turn around and look better with the short-term investments. The long-term investments are still lagging a little bit, but we are letting those mature out and we're moving those into short-term investments.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Whitefield on either of those two reports? All right.
No action.
Okay. At this time, we have covered everything that we have in our meeting, and we now have, I'm going to open it back up to public comments for the non-agenda items. We have 17 of them. So let's get started. The first one will be Ms. Sharon Shelander. And sure, make it 5. Yeah.
Hi, trustees and Dr. Glenn. One of my subjects, sorry, I've got it a little bit loose, that I want to talk about tonight is that I got a copy of the recommendations being considered by the State Board of Education for the new curriculum in history and social studies. I'm asking if anybody from the GISD has attended or has had anything to do, engaged with this State Board of Education on some of these recommendations that they're receiving. I have some concerns about some of the subject matter and how it'd be presented to our students. I'd like to bring a few to your attention and ask, do you have plans to make sure that the subject matter is taught objectively and not subjectively if these recommendations are approved? One of them being in high school, U.S. history, will have kids learn about abortion in context and analyze the debate between liberalism and conservatism, including the diverse perspectives of abortion. I don't think abortion is one of the things we should be really discussing with our children in school so much as I think it's a parents and the student and their doctors should talk about anything with abortion. World geography, gender inequality index. Don't know what that is, but it sounds a little bit like maybe some CRT creeping in. World geography, ethnic sovereignty, again, not sure what that is, but again, it sounds like some more of the CRT. U.S. government they're going to strike, they have struck here, but strike Civil Rights Act of 1964 and put in TEK's guide. I don't know what TEK's guide is. I'm not that knowledgeable, thank goodness, but I don't think TEK guide should take the place of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That was very important ruling. Sociology defines sex, gender, and sexual orientation and differentiate among their distinguishing characteristics. Again, this is one of those, I think, how it's presented to the child. I understand there is some classes that need to be taken, but I really don't want any of the LGBTQ maybe brought into that. K through 8, grade 4, add
they're adding, describe ideas central to Judaism, including monotheism and 10 Commandments as moral and legal code. TEK does not include Christianity in discussing the 10 Commandments and monotheism. If you don't know what monotheism is, recognizing one God, which is what many of our religions recognize. Grade 8, explain clash between Mexican Americans and immigrants with the Texas Rangers. TEK guide says Texas Rangers were used as an instrument of oppression. I think this has been kind of disputed since the reins and that weren't used and there wasn't oppression. I don't know if this means back in the day or whatever. It just says the Mexican Americans and immigrants. So again, I'm not sure what this is, but I think it's something that needs to be discussed and looked at. I'm very proud of our Texas Rangers. They've been very great law enforcement. So I think they do a great job. Grade 8. Compare the goals of Pride and explain how individuals identified with and participated in multiple movements. So I don't know if this means that we're encouraging our children to get involved with movements that are taking place. And so I just have some of these questions, and I'd like to know if you guys have any plans or whatever engaging with the State Board of Education on these things. So just like to bring them to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schulander. Next up, we have Monica Brown.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm smiling because I thought about bringing brownies tonight. Just as a joke, I wouldn't bring any I made. I would buy them from, so well, it is funny because it was an object lesson done with young children, and we had a good time with it. So if you believe everything NBC says, then God bless you. I thought of a few things I could say about that. Nothing but I was struggling with that C word, or nobody cares. But anyway, mostly I came tonight to talk about, the experience I've had here. I do think parents should look up EHAA on the Granbury Independent School District website. I'm supposed to address you guys. I also want to tell Dr. Glenn, thank you for issuing an apology to me for how things went the last time I was here. Mark Jackson also issued an apology to me. He didn't do it publicly, but he did apologize, and I appreciate that. If you don't hear from parents, there might be a reason why. Because they join these committees and they don't get the right paperwork. I meant to bring it to you tonight to give it back, but they don't get the right paperwork ahead of time to know how to handle these meetings. But EHAA is something everybody should read, including the teachers. EFB is the one that will tell parents what the library materials should be, and I'm really thankful to know that a few books have been removed permanently from GISD libraries, student libraries. I'm also disappointed to know that a couple of them have been kept, and I need to understand why, and it's not just me. There's quite a large group of citizens that are concerned that do want to know what you're thinking and how you justify what you're putting back in the libraries. One of the books is Simon versus the Homo sapien. That was in almost every school here, including elementary. There are some e-books that you need to know about that are in the elementary schools right now. So I tried to bring it to people's attention, and I tried to say, please don't clean it up before you let the kids in. But anyway, so another thing I just want to say that I've been happily married for 32 years. I've been faithfully serving God. If you look back, when I was 15 years old, I committed my life to Jesus Christ, and I'm not ashamed of the gospel. I'm not ashamed of what God says is true. I'm not afraid of any one of you or any national news program or anybody else. It doesn't matter to me. I came to do what I was asked to do, and I did it. And there's been great resistance. There's been flat-out lies, I'm sorry to say. Super sad. But I do believe every one of you are believers. I do. And I know I make mistakes too. So I'm not going away. I didn't come here for a political agenda. As someone said, people were hissing at me early on that I was going for school board. Well, school board was never on my mind, ever. I had plenty of other things to do, but I was asked to serve and I served. I got thrown under the bus multiple times. Spoke the truth, and there have been flat-out lies coming from administration. I'm sorry about that, but that is the truth, and I hope that changes. And like I said, we have seen some books removed. I copied a lot of people on it today, and there's at least 2 right now that we need to know why. Why is it being kept? Why do you call it educational material? Why doesn't it line up with EFB? I'd like to know why. I know there's other people here who want to know why, and I'd like to see that change for the students. If you really care about them, and I do believe you do. I don't think anybody here doesn't. Another funny thing I learned was there's 16,000 books in one of our elementary schools, and the librarians can't handle that. So then maybe we need to reduce it down and make it quality. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we use half the space for classrooms. I don't know. I don't really have more to say. So I was hoping, when I came to Granbury, very excited. I grew up in Weatherford and knew about Granbury and always admired it, and I still do. But I really hope that it's not about looking good and not being good. I really hope that. Very frustrating, very sad. We have learned a lot. My family has learned a lot. My children have learned a lot. And I heard some of the administration had death threats. Well, I've got them too. I asked for this not to be public. I asked for this not to be formal. But Dr. Glenn, said, make it formal, or you did nothing. Then Leah Dawson said, make it informal. If you had just talked to the librarians, this never would have happened. Okay, the one librarian left without any discipline. There's no correction, and the other one's still here. So I don't understand it. I don't understand how you can walk in these libraries and not see what I saw. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next we have Adrian Martin.
Hello. I'm happy to see some of the focus on security tonight. I think all parents would agree that our children's safety and then making it home every day from school is the priority. I also commend the new cell phone rules in an attempt to cut down on the horrific classroom bullying that we saw last year. On the flip side, we know that books are continuing to be purged. We know student library aids have been banned. We know a group of non-parents have pushed for these book removals and continue to do so. Being a taxpayer does not grant special privileges over students, staff, and parents. I do not want random people with no education background or experience determining what books my child can read, what curriculum they learn, and what clubs they can join. Just because you can get up at every meeting and rant and rave does not give you authority over my child's education. Your personal religious beliefs, people in this room and on this board, should not be affecting my child's education either. Our schools are not to be used for personal political agendas, and our children are here for education, not religious indoctrination. I implore the board to put an end to trying to appease these extremists, focus on retaining staff, providing excellent public education, and a safe and welcoming learning space for all students. The speaker speaking about what great Christians they are, great. Go tell your pastor. Our schools are not your church. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morton. Next, we have Patty Cisco.
Thanks for letting me talk. I will say, too, that my grandson came home and said security has really been beefed up in the high school. He feels good about that, and I do, too. I was beyond dismayed recently to read statistics reporting unusually high teacher turnover here in Granbury and throughout Texas. yet not surprised given the current political climate across the state. Study after study has shown that the number one factor determining a child's scholastic achievement is that child's teacher. So we should all be alarmed by the rate at which excellent public school educators are leaving our district for greener pastures. Yet, instead of our community supporting and uplifting our educators, we're allowing a specific faction here, most of whom don't have children attending GISD schools, to demonize and condemn them. This partisan group claims we're stocking the library shelves with pornography and insist on the removal of more and more books that they deem inappropriate. They insist that these books be removed, which tells my grandchildren, who are in fact students here, that this group, not my family, will determine what they can and cannot read. They claim teachers are grooming children. Really? Can you give me a specific example of actual grooming taking place in Granbury ISD? More to the point, can you name a specific teacher who turned a kid gay or transgender? There is a difference in grooming and supporting marginalized kids. They claim teachers are indoctrinating children, encouraging them to become woke liberals. By definition, to indoctrinate is, quote, to imbue with a usually partisan or sectarian opinion, point of view, or principle. Yet their goal is to do just that, indoctrinate my child with their partisan sectarian convictions. They claim that teachers' unions have a stranglehold on our schools, when in fact, Texas is a right-to-work state. There are no teachers' unions in Texas. My retirement check is proof of that. I'm scratching my head trying to figure out the basis for these groundless claims, but I'm pretty sure I know we do have an election coming up. I prepared for 6 years and spent 39 years in public education as a teacher, a counselor, and an administrator. Never want to do that again. I have brought up 6 children, all educated in public schools. Like all good teachers and educators, I worked every day and many hours each night for decades to assure that my thousands of students left public school with a solid academic base that would launch them into higher education in the workforce. And I still hear from a lot of them. I did my best to guarantee that they would become responsible, independent, critically thinking, tax-paying adults. So I'd like to say I know quite a bit about public education, and I'll always support public education with my heart and soul. To the critics, I say this: if you want to send your children to private school, I support that. If you want to homeschool your child, I certainly support that. But if you're here to attack Granbury ISD or force my child to conform to your personal ideology, I'll speak up. I implore you, members of the school board, rise above the partisan politics, the division and the culture wars, support and nurture your teachers, and focus on making Granbury ISD a role model for excellence in education for all children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cisco. Next, we have Faye Landon.
I didn't really come prepared to speak tonight, but decided I'd better. I'm a proud member of Memorial Lane Board of Directors, and we appreciate the students that y'all have provided for us to. Let me start over. We appreciate all the students that have come to our many programs that we've had and participated in our programs. Memorial Lane is the only park in the United States and probably in the world that honors police officers, firemen, as well as our military. And now we are the very first park to have a Space Force medallion. It's a big thing, honoring the men and women in the Space Force. On 9/11, we always have a ceremony, And because 9/11 is on Sunday this year, we're going to have it in the evening. We'd like to invite everybody to come to 9/11 at 7 o'clock down at our Memorial Lane. Some of your students will be participating again in in our program down there. We'll have music and we'll have some wonderful speeches. We invite y'all to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landon. Next, we have Ms. Jean Means.
Thank y'all, trustees, Madam President, and Superintendent. I actually was going to say thank you to Leah, but she left. She did a quick response to a book that took me several months to read. But I have another thank you beside her response. She included a link that we can go in and look at all the books that are in all the libraries. And the book that I was challenged to read was adult material. It wasn't children's material. And I believe 100% in every parent raising their child as they see fit. You are not in the role of raising the children, the parents are. But they don't get to see everything, and they are busy, and they don't have the time to come in to every library and every school and every teacher and see what's going on, and neither do I. So I'm only nipping at it a little bit. And the book that I read was absolutely adult XXX. And someone, whoever you are, removed the book before they did the review. So thank you to whoever that was, because it was several months of doing that, so thank you. And as we know, artists, writers, they tend to have their own genre. They'll write in their own themes. They have their own patterns. And like if you're a Stephen King person, you read a lot, his are all in one way. I can't get opening the book on those. Those scare me too much, even from the cover. But the genre remains the same. And so, though I am thrilled that that book that I read is no longer in the high school, this author, Sarah Moss, has several other books, and I'm troubled because 2 of her books are in the Emma Robertson Early Learning. This is for the wee little ones, not even talking about a questionable of high school age or if they're adult-minded for it or not. So that's a grave concern. So I'll be reading those. Whoever will remove the other book, you can remove these 2 ahead of time as well, but I'll be reading them. Court of Thorn and Roses and Thorn of Glass. As someone spoke earlier and said that we believe in your heart that all of you are Christians, and that may or may not be true, I don't know. But I truly believe that you want the best for each of the children that are here in your school. It's evident by the effort that you put in. The security issue. This team that was brought together for the security and safety, that looks like a lot of effort has been put in for the safety and concern. And a board member said that her son came home and said, and you noted that all the extra effort is needed and appreciated. And that's what we're asking too, is all the extra effort is needed and appreciated. You didn't create this problem, but y'all inherited the problem. We brought the problem to your attention, and we need you to address it. We need you to come to a solution. If one of the libraries have 16,000 books, I can't imagine as a librarian trying to filter through there to make sure everything is adequate for the children. But that's the problem that's been brought to you. And this is a talented group. You can come up with solutions. You know the problem is there. It's been noted since January. So please continue, clean it out for the kids. That's all. The growing group of citizens are reading this material. We don't want to come in and remove PG-13. We don't want to remove R-rated stuff. We're talking about sexually explicit XXX ugly stuff. That doesn't need to be in there. That's not how we honor these kids. And, you know, there's so many old sayings. It's like, if you see one problem, it kind of makes you think, are there others? This has been there years. Y'all didn't create this. So what else is here in GISD? Is there other things that we need to be looking at? there's a lot of keen eyes that are coming and looking, because if this problem existed and you didn't know about it, we need to find those other problems and bring them to your attention. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Can I ask, I have a question, if you don't mind. The Sarah Moss, the author that you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we sure it's the same author? Some authors?
Yes, ma'am. I went through and I used her link that she provided, the updated, to make sure I was looking at the same author materials from one to the other.
Okay, and are you saying it's the same sexually explicit material at the elementary campus?
It's the same books. Yeah, absolutely same books. I have it at Membrino Library. The two books are at Membrino, Bronner Elementary, Oakwoods Intermediate Library, the Granbury High School. There's another book of hers that is still there. That wasn't the one I completed yet reading. And because you have to completely read the whole book, sign the thing, and everything. So I apologize, but it's really difficult for me to get through some of these books. And the Acton Elementary.
So it's the same book at the high school that's at the elementary school?
Yes, ma'am.
Which book is that?
This is A Court of Thorns and Roses and Throne of Glass. And Throne of Glass is the only one left of hers at the high school. Then Bacchus didn't have it. If I looked at Bacchus, okay, didn't have it. That's the one place that didn't have any of her material.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
You were just looking that up. Could you share that?
It is showing up as an ebook in the Emily Robertson Library, so we have to ask that librarian why her catalog is pulling up. Both of those copies are showing up as an ebook, and they're not physical books in the library.
Okay, so if they're an ebook, I'm sorry, I'm ignorant. As an ebook, what does that mean?
It just means that they would have, if they could have access to ebooks through the Follett login, but I'm gonna pull and see what other ebooks are there. I'm wondering if this is a setting somehow in the search function, because it's the only library that has an elementary library. And that library did, a year ago, change over from K2 to 3K, so I'm wondering if their system was just different.
So as a student at the early thing, they are allowed to look at ebooks? Is it accessible?
No.
No.
Well, pictures and things, I don't know that one.
No, it's actually very complicated. We did an ebook through Follett, so.
Okay, but it's listed, and that's what I was told is,
It is listed
yeah.
as an ebook in the online card catalog on the Robertson Library, and that definitely needs to be looked at.
Okay, because Leah had sent me a thing that said anything in this link is accessible to these schools, so feel free to look, so that's what I did.
Well, thank you so much for bringing that up. That is something we'll definitely look into. I do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have Mr. Rositas. Welcome back.
Tonight I would like to address the board and community at large regarding some recent controversy that I had heard about regarding, was it off? Thank you. Regarding some recent controversy that I had heard regarding an LGBTQ plus club at the high school, or I believe as they refer to themselves as the GSA, the Gay Straight Alliance. I would like to remind the board and community at large about how any action taken to impede the function of this club is anti-American and should not be allowed to take place. The first is regarding the requirements for forming a club at GHS. From my knowledge, I tried to look at this before coming here, but it was rather hard for me to find. But I am a semi-recent graduate of GHS, having graduated in 2021. And while I was there, I learned in my AP US Government class from my teacher that if I wanted to form a club at the high school, I would be allowed to. No matter what that club was, even if it was a political club, I would be more than welcome to form one of those clubs. All the requirements requirements were was that it had to be student-led and student-run and have a teacher sponsor. This club fulfills those requirements. It is student-proposed, it is student-run, and has a teacher sponsor. Therefore, it meets the requirements to be a club at our high school, barring the code of conduct makes no discrimination as far as the content of the club. Second, I would like to remind the educators before me of a case that they all are aware of, Tinker versus Des Moines Independent Community School District, decided in 1969, that said that students are allowed to express their First Amendment rights within the schools that they attend. The exact words that were used were, students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. Students are guaranteed freedom of expression in the school as long as, in the absence of a specific showing of a constitutionally valid reason to regulate their speech. So seeing as this club is not disrupting the school day in any way, there's no reason that any action should be taken regarding limiting this club at all. Finally, I would like to discuss Title IX, which of course you all know that you are heavily bound by, being that this is a public school in the United States of America. As of June 16th, 2021, Title IX prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and discrimination based on gender identity. GHS and GISD as a whole are bound by Title IX. It would be a violation of federal law to oppose the free operation of this club. In closing, this club is constitutionally required to be allowed. All arguments based on morals, faith, or otherwise are therefore moot. This club has a right to practice and operate regardless of any of the feelings or political opinions or religious beliefs of any members of the community or members of the board at all. This is a completely valid club, and violating their constitutional rights, I think, would be more of a firestorm than any potential outrage that could be generated by students freely expressing themselves. If anybody would like to learn further, or if anybody has any further comments, I would urge them not to attack the students or even the teacher sponsoring this. You may, if you would like to address me. My phone number is 682-500-5515. You can email me at jrositas@uchicago.edu. Any invective or vitriol, I would hope that you direct at me and not these young students who are working their way through life, or a teacher who, knowing the climate of this town, was willing to support these students in their journey. Once again, that is 682-500-5515, jrositas@uchicago.edu. I yield my time. Thank you.
All right, the next one is, and I'm afraid I can't read the last name on here. It's Harold, it begins with a G. Granick, thank you.
Well, I'm going to change my subject because I was going to talk about books, since I've been involved with the Library Advisory Board and Library Foundation Board for a long time. But let's talk about a thought that I had, and that's the anybody who is antagonistic towards gays and feels that they're something that should be discriminated against. I just wonder if people will think about this. I think we can all agree that all the babies that are born are pretty much a product of the Creator. And the Creator has picked those. And there have been scientific studies that show that in the animal world, about 10% of animals in multiple species are gay, and they are in humans too. And I can imagine when some of these people who discriminate against gays get up to their final reckoning and they say, oh, I read a book, you know, that was 2,000 years old, and I'm following your admonitions. And God says, oh, really? Well, I created all those babies. I created diversity, and that's how I wanted to do it. And up here, we like harmony amongst all people, and we hope that harmony would exist on the earth too. If you want to discriminate against certain parts of my creation, you know, there's a fellow down there who runs a different organization that tends to propagate discrimination and hate and such. And, you know, you might be happier down there than up here where we like harmony. That's my comment. So I think the people who want to propagate hate and discrimination should think about what their final reckoning is going to be when they have to address the Creator. So I have a little bit more time so I can discuss books. And on that, I'll just mention one book. I did much of my education in Boston, and long before my time, hard to believe, there was a book called Ulysses by James Joyce that was banned. Fortunately, when I got there, it was not still banned, and I wrote 2 essays and won writing awards at MIT about that. However, when the movie based on the book came out, that was banned in Boston, and I had to go down to Rhode Island to see the movie. But I'm happy it wasn't banned, and about 15 years ago, publishers and writers reviewed the books of the English language, and that book that when it first came out was banned in Boston, a popular term, was then ranked the #1 novel in the English language by authorities. So the school system teaches ideas. We teach facts. That was more when I grew up, that there were more facts than ideas, but ideas are what are important. And we want to train the kids in school to think for themselves, to have new ideas, and they're going to be the ones who make the future. Some of us who are older, not that I'll admit to that, you know, were brought up in a certain set of rules and ideas and such, and now our children were brought up differently, we're exposed to different ideas, and we shouldn't be judging. We have the authority, but the parents shouldn't be judging, because we want to expose our kids to the most ideas, let them think for themselves, and try not to ban books. Because we've seen what happened in Germany, where first they banned books, then they burned the books, and then they burned the people who read those books. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Thomas Tag Kareem, is that correct?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. It's been a long evening for everybody tonight, right? Thank you guys for allowing me to speak, and thank you. I'm new to your town, and I'm learning quite a bit tonight. So, fellow adults in the room and the board of trustees, thank you for the job you do. Our children, our kids are our future. And they deserve to know the world and the wonders within it. And they deserve the ability to be inspired. They deserve the ability to wonder and discover. They deserve to be motivated. Motivated by their dreams, by the dreams of a generation that has a lot of challenges ahead of it. And we as a society, we as a community, we as a state, as a nation, we have a responsibility to support this. And to support it in ways that we can, because the power is in the books they read. I'm going to quote a few people here. First, I'm going to quote Christopher Dodd, who said, "Our nation's children are our greatest asset and our most precious treasure." Nelson Mandela said, "Our children are the rock of which our future was built and will be built. Our greatest asset, they are the leaders of our country, the creator of our national wealth, and those who care for and protect our people." Dr. Seuss. I hope we haven't banned any of those books, have we? Dr. Seuss described the expansion of the mind by reminding us that the more that you read, the more things you will know. And the more you learn, the more places you'll go. You remember that book? Taylor Swift, I'm kind of a fan. She said, I wouldn't be a songwriter if I hadn't read so many books that I loved as a kid. And I think that when you escape into a book, it trains your imagination. Imagination. What a great word. To think the big and to think that more can exist. President Barack Obama once said, reading is the gateway for children that makes others' learning possible. And Malala, and those that don't know Malala, she was Afghanistan, and a child, a young woman that was able to be educated. Yet, she said one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. And I believe that. I hope you do too. Folks, I'm a pastor. I'm a pastor who's taken some time away to discern where I'm going next. Yet I don't want to be here tonight, and you don't want me to be here tonight talking about books, do you? Yet I have a unique perspective. I have a unique perspective as a pastor that I've learned to exegete. I've learned to discern. I've learned to appreciate those things that are found in the Bible. Understanding that it's not just written word, but also we learn about the Bible too. That the context matters. And I understand the importance of context. Yes, I may not interpret the Bible narrative the same way that you do or the same way that some other people in here do, but at the same time, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we can both be right. Now, I want to touch on something else, because when people like Tim Dunn from Midland and the Wilkes brothers from Cisco, Texas, and Matt Krause and Jonathan Stickland and Empower, Texas, which I know them, when they can influence our schools and our teachers more so than you guys do, or than we can, or than our kids can, or that the teachers can, that's wrong. That's a problem. Look, I have no problem with faith-based education. There's a place for it in our world, and there really is. And those that want to educate their children in a faith-based education is great, but not at the cost of our public schools. You as elected board, you have the ability to provide the very best for these kids like Malala, and to keep up with an ever-changing world that they live in. It's a moral choice. And my prayer is you hear God's voice and that the right thing can be done for the kids of Granbury. To stop the destructive behavior of the adults in the room and to move, frankly, toward a smaller children view, or child view. I'm going to wrap up because I hear my time's up, but thank you so much for letting me speak. Thank you.
Next, we have Rhonda Williams.
Much to say about books. So, here we are. It's almost a year later, and some of the explicit books are still in the library. I appreciate the efforts that are being made, but it is at a snail's pace. I know you have some people reading books, and like they're reading one book between 5 people. So one has to read the book, finish it, notify the next one, or maybe there's 7 people. It's 5 or 7. And so they finish it and pass it on. So that'll be 7 opinions. And that's great because you have a wide variety of people. It's just that it's taking a ridiculous amount of time. The governor of the state of Texas, we can like him or not, but he is our governor, and said those books were to come out. It was a mandate. So I don't know why it continues to take so long. The checking out of a book, that the parent gets notified, I think that's a good step, but the fact remains that's after the fact. It's after the fact. If there is some explicit material in there and the child has already read, a few chapters, by the time the parent gets the text, notified of the book, either looks it up and finds out what's in it or tries to read it for themselves, then that child's been already exposed to some material that can be damaging to them. It'd be great if we could just trust you guys to put the correct material in from the beginning, and we wouldn't be standing here doing all this. I hope that we can come to that place that we can trust that the material in there is age appropriate, and then we won't be having to have all these discussions. So I appreciate your time. I'm not going to use all mine because I spoke earlier, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. One comment. I want to make sure that the public understands that once a book is challenged, it is removed from the library until a decision is made.
It shouldn't be there to start with.
Next, we have Ms. Wooster, and thank you so much for putting the pronunciation down so I could get it right.
Thank you so much for saying it right. Nobody ever says it right. Thank you all so much. I appreciate being here. My name is Nancy Wooster. I'm a proud progressive Democrat in what I know is an overwhelmingly conservative Republican county. Don't think I don't know how lonely it feels. But my voice still deserves to be heard. I believe that it's wrong for a superintendent to threaten his librarians to hide their political views if they are not conservative. It's wrong to change the rules under cover of darkness and secrecy so that you can ban any book you disagree with. It's wrong to target books that make students of color and members of the LGBTQ community feel less than because you're threatened by their sexuality. What are we so afraid of? That our children will learn to think for themselves? It's wrong to ban books because the history written therein threatens you or hurts your feelings. We will never correct our civilization's mistakes if teachers are not allowed to teach it. And something is very wrong with our teacher turnover. It's one of the highest in the region. I know why they're leaving. I have heard a lot of them say they feel pressured. I'm not going to change anybody's mind today, not yours, and not any voices here. I'm not going to change any of the loud voices who see pornography everywhere. And they're taking out arrest reports on librarians. I'm not going to change the minds of people who think it's okay to threaten others with their words or their guns or their religion. My late husband graduated from GISD. My very successful children, who I will tell you all about if you would like to ask, graduated from GISD. My grandchildren will graduate from GISD. I support GISD, and I thank you all for the work that you do. I just want you to know that I am here. My voice is here, and I won't be quiet, and I'm not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooster. And next we have Mr. Eagle. Oh, did he leave? All righty. Donna Cole.
Well, I'm on a totally different note. It's about the books, yes. And good evening to y'all. But I want to bring your attention to the cause and the fallout of the pornography books. I want to bring your attention to the cause and the fallout of the pornography books. We're not banning books, we're asking for pornography to be removed from the school.
The following statistics come from peer reviews from the American Sociology Association, Psychology Today, and professional counselors. The American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers, personal lawyers, and while I was working in the court system. This also takes in the fiscal year of 2019, the statistical report from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Also, the fiscal year for 2020 for the statistical reports from TDCJ, which is Texas Department of Criminal Justice. My personal experience is 22 years of prison ministry. I've had 5 years in the Hood County, Erath, Parker, and Tarrant County jails. I've also got 7 years with Bridges to Life, which has been in the Hutchins State Jail, the Sanders Estes Unit in Venus, Bridgeport Correctional Center Men's, and also the Bridgeport Correctional Center for Women, the Lindsay State Jail in Jacksboro. And also I've got 3 years as a chaplain and a court advocate. And I'm telling you, porno destroys not just adults, but children's lives. Just to summarize, there's just some of the, from the books that are in the library. Dealt with forcible rape, drug use, sex with multiple partners, and language that even a husband and wife would not say to each other. The books are smut books, exactly what they are. So please take words to heart with the following things I'm going to tell you. Now, many parents have placed restrictions on their children's phones, TV, movies, reading material, etc. So let's go back to the definition of pornography. In the representation of sexual subject matter that is in books, media, magazines, animation such as cartoons, writings, films, video, and video games. They are erotic and lewd and are designed to arouse a deviant behavior of sexual interest. The bottom line is where it's known as the gateway to abuse, the action of degrading of women to an object, an addiction that reduces moral clarity and actually changes the structure of the brain, especially the frontal lobe, dealing with personality, self-control, and decision-making. There is a reality of expectation, which is school is considered to many parents to be a safe place for our children. It is not a safe place if pornography is readily available for our children to easily access it in the school libraries, K through 12. So being introduced to pornography at a young age conditions young minds to further addiction into their relationships and marriage. Pornography has been proven by counselors, divorce attorneys, to weaken commitment in marriage. Porn addiction is up about 60% in divorce cases and involve one party having obsession interest in either pornographic websites, materials, books, magazines. This is according to the Manning research. The emotional fallout of a divorce of a marriage or a relationship, the children suffer the most. My personal experience of 22 years in prison ministry and rehabilitation curriculum for 12 years.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cole, your time is up.
Well, the bottom line is, in all of this, the people have said at a young age they were introduced to pornography, and they are in the institutions, prisons, and jails.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Mr. Craig Mayberry? Craig Mayberry?
All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Time is short, so I'm going to try to be as brief and pithy as possible. To say that the porn issue has caused much lively discussion in the community is quite the understatement. Much confusion has arisen over this topic, so I'm going to offer two things that the proponents of the porn, as well as the fence straddlers and wallflowers, are utterly incapable and unwilling to do, and that is to give clarity and truth. Clarity is something that the left absolutely hates with every fiber of its existence and refuses to do, since having clarity would mean it actually has to define by what it means by a particular word, then be held to it. Translation, clarity is far more important than agreement. The issue of the porn in the schools, point one, is not a matter of somebody's opinion. We are not arguing chocolate versus vanilla. It is, however, a matter of objective right and wrong. This is not a political issue. It is a moral issue. Additionally, there is no such thing as moral neutrality. The only question that remains is whose morality is going to be enforced. When I get up here and voice my position, it's a fair question to ask, why do I take the stand that I do? Am I making an appeal for my straight, white privileged, Christian, nationalist, homophobic, transphobic, toxic masculinity? Absolutely not. My opinion is completely irrelevant. Your opinion is completely irrelevant. What matters is the truth. The 2 + 2 = 4 kind of truth, spelled with a capital T, that applies to all people in all places at all times and does not change no matter what anyone wants to think. So for the truth bomb tonight I am making is that I'm making an appeal to the truth that we are all of humanity are inescapably bound and trapped in inhabiting something called reality. Now, whether one wants to believe that this thing called reality is a result of some supreme deity, or whether one wants to think it's a result of some meaningless, purposeless, blind, random chance accident, either way, reality operates in a particular way, and we are faced with one of two options that even a 3-year-old recognizes. Either A, conform our desires and behaviors to the way reality actually exists, or B, try to foolishly deceive ourselves and others around us that we can change reality to fit our desires. Folks, it doesn't take a PhD in rocket surgery to see that the pornographic in general sends a message saying that sex can be with whomever, whatever, whenever, wherever, and however you like, and it's just a purely physical act, no different than just picking your nose. At this point, some might be saying, Craig, you can't impose your morality on us. To which I would say, why not? Would that be immoral? But more importantly, folks, this is not my morality. This is not my opinion. I did not invent the idea that murder is wrong, that rape is wrong, that stealing is wrong. I did not invent that. I also did not invent the idea that there are only 2 genders and that men were made for women and women were made for men, and the best way to protect and stabilize and promote society is when one man and one woman only come together for one lifetime with the express intention of procreation. I didn't invent that. That's not my morality. It's not your morality. It's the morality. The one that Thomas Jefferson said was self-evident. Now, if there's somebody out there that has a problem with that, their problem is not with me. Their problem is the objective truth of how reality actually exists and operates. So I close with this, and it's a genuine invitation to anyone, and I mean anyone, who can show me where I'm missing anything. I'd look forward to a sit-down conversation over a cup of coffee with anyone, because if I'm really missing out on something that makes a positive impact on our kiddos and their lives, then hey, I'm all for it. But oh me of great faith, I'm certainly not holding my breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayberry. Did someone lean on a light switch back there or something? You don't know how to fix it? Great. All right. Okay, forget it.
Thank you.
Thank you. You think of that song, Blinded by the Light? Okay. Mr. Doherty, Jerry Doherty.
I'm somewhat afraid that the thoughts that I want to express with you tonight are not going to be on quite the lofty plane that some of the previous ones have been, because I came with a bone to pick tonight. I had the opportunity to meet in late July in a meeting with some folks that were given responsibility for trying to deal with this book issue. And I met with Mrs. Clark and Mrs. Dawson, along with 3 other people, and we had a really good meeting. And I went away from that meeting greatly encouraged about the fact that I thought that we had maybe charted a course that we could all live with, and that we could get this issue behind us and taken care of. And so I frankly decided that there would be no real purpose served by me coming and talking to y'all again, even though my original purpose in coming at all was to try to move the board to getting out in front on this particular issue. Well, my good feelings got trampled all over in less than 48 hours, in spite of the fact that the 6 of us that were in the room had all agreed that we would not take to social media in order to discuss what had gone on in that particular meeting, because the librarians were not back at work yet, and the administration felt they needed time to be with them before this kind of thing got splattered all over the place. Well, in less than 48 hours, one of your board members saw fit to go to social media and draw some conclusions about that. And so you have Mrs. Gore to thank for the fact that I'm standing here talking to you again when I didn't really intend to talk to you. Now, I have a copy of what she put on social media. By the way, I don't have anything at all to do with social media, so this is really my opportunity to address what I think was a circumstance where Ms. Gore, who was not at the meeting, took the opportunity to misconstrue and draw conclusions about what came out of that particular meeting. I also thought it was interesting that in the Facebook posting that she made, she took the opportunity to complain about having to address herself to her constituency. And I thought that was really interesting for somebody that I had voted for in the previous election, that she really doesn't want to waste her time trying to straighten out my misunderstandings. But what was even worse about that particular thing is that she presumed to tell me what I know. Her statement in there is that she names the 4 people that were in the meeting with the administration and says, so they are aware as well. What are we aware of? What do I know? Well, she says that no one wants porn in the libraries, period. I do not know that. In fact, I've had it amplified for me tonight that I do not know that. And I resent the fact that you presumed upon what I know. I really do not like people telling me what I know when I absolutely know that the contrary is true. And you didn't ask for my advice, but I'm going to advise you anyway. Get off of social media in discussing school business. This is twice now in the last 2 months that you have presumed on something about a meeting that you weren't present in. Now, having said that, let me very quickly tell you that I still think that this board needs to get out in front, but it's a little late to get in front. You need to come with a resolution that puts this board on record by vote as to exactly where you stand on this issue and what you expect from the employees of this school district with regard to getting this material out of the libraries and out of the instructional program. 2 last observations in the 30 seconds that I have left. I do not disagree with the ladies that talked earlier about that they wanted their children to have access to certain kinds of books and literature, and they wanted to be the ones that had the choice in that, and I absolutely agree with that. I don't mind what books their children read, but I do not want the taxpayers to have to provide those books to them. My last observation is that we've had a lot of rhetoric about lofty ideas. Now, I've looked at some of this literature, and if the idea of lofty ideas is rape, incest, pedophilia, bestiality, abuse of women, student and teacher sex, if those are the lofty ideas that they're wanting to promote through the literature, God help us all.
Ms. Lowry?
Dr. Glenn, trustees, thank you. I listened to Louis Giglio and I learned about a remarkable protein called laminin. This protein molecule is in the shape of his cross. There have been comments about be nice, be polite, kind, patient, truthful. Since we are all created by God, embedded with a molecule in the shape of his cross within us, I absolutely agree. So thank you, Mrs. Dawson, for your hard work on the library books. We appreciate all you're doing. The work is ongoing as the amount of non-educational sexually explicit books is extensive, and so many are still remaining in the libraries. We do not appreciate information coming from some trustees that the books are all taken care of. It's all good. This is not the truth. It is a work in progress, and Mrs. Dawson is working hard, but the work is still ongoing. I have a question. Why are we risking our children's future with books and curriculum that do not educate them with truth, but provide material that damages the healthy development of their brains? A brain on pornography or sexually explicit books is shown to be worse than a brain on heroin. This is well documented. I have several articles, one from a Harvard scientist, on the detrimental effects of this kind of books, media, pictures that they have on the child's brain. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is central in our drive for personal reward. When teens take part in stimulating or potentially addictive habits such as pornography, there is a flood of dopamine in the brain. With repetitive increases of dopamine released into the teen brain, it is rewired to crave the same effect. Teen brains are most sensitive to dopamine at around age 15 and react up to 4 times more strongly to images perceived as exciting. A teen's brain is at its peak of dopamine production and neuroplasticity, making it highly vulnerable to addiction and rewiring as their brain is not yet finished developing. Before someone says there are no images or pictures available to the children, words form a very powerful image that stays in the brain. Some trustees have made a statement on Facebook that trustees do not want sexually explicit age-inappropriate books and have no educational value in the school district. However, the truth is there are still books remaining in the library. The adults and trustees in the room should not allow the destruction of the minds of children. All adults should be showing our willingness to care about the children in this community. Cleaning up the libraries and the schoolroom books is a good start. Education and truth are 2 keys to our children's success and their freedom. Children who do not receive a good education do not know what freedoms are being taken away from them or the lack of education they may be receiving until after they graduate from high school. School should be a place parents can trust the educators of their children to provide the educational building blocks needed for a classical education full of truth, knowledge, and hope for a bright future for each and every student. It's hard to know what a child will do with the education they are given. The goal of a public education should be to produce well-educated citizens we can proudly say came from Granbury Independent School District.
Okay, I need y'all to stop leaning on the wall back there. Okay, Ms. Mayberry, you asked me to let you go last.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Dr. Glenn, and school board trustees. My name is Denise Mayberry. I am an active volunteer in Granbury ISD now for 15 years. My husband and I facilitate a 20th age group Bible study. I would like to congratulate our children, teachers, and parents on the district of the high scores. We have some of the best teachers around. Local parents of Hood County, we live in one of the most conservative counties in Texas. If you wish to keep it this way, please get involved. Volunteer at your kids' schools. Get to know their teachers and staff. Be present in their lives. Board trustees. I believe that most of you on this board are most likely Christians. We have been praying for you now for a year. Is your fear more of the ACLU or of our Heavenly Father? Are you more concerned about your business? Are you more worried about your spouse that teaches or your child at school? I believe you have made a commitment to these children for education and protection. When will you stand bold and tall? Another concern, because of the delay of this book issue, the progressives have grabbed the power in our high school. Each of you personally allowed them access to simply walk in the front door. They are now hurting confused children. And that furthers the evil. Please think hard on this. And I have a quote too. It's by Jesus Christ. If anyone causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a large millstone hung around your neck and drop to the bottom of the sea. Pray hard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mayberry. And with no further business, we will adjourn this meeting at 8:41 p.m.
Thank you.